Mic is not on. Morning, council members, staff, and members of the public. All three of you, four of you. The recess council meeting of November 20th, 2025 will now come to order. Ms. Clerk, please proceed with roll call.
Chair, proceeding with roll call. For members that are participating from non-public locations, please state who, if anyone except minors, is present with you as part of roll call. Vice Chair Yukilei Sugimura.
Excused.
Councilmember Tamara Paulton.
Aloha kakayaka kako.
Councilmember Gabe Johnson.
Good morning, Chair, council members, community members. I'm alone in my office space.
Okay.
Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Excused for now.
Councilmember Tom Cook.
Aloha and good morning. I'm currently at my Kihei home office and I'm alone. And we have staff at the Kihei regional office. Thank you.
Councilmember Nohelani U'u-Hodgins.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm at my home right now alone, and I will be there in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Shane Sinensi.
You said he's on his way?
Yes.
Excused.
And Council Chair Alice Lee.
Here.
Chair, you have 5 members present, which means that there is a quorum to conduct the business of the council. For the record, I'm the county clerk, Moana Ludi, and present from my office are legislative division staff Joyce Morishige, Lauren Saldana, Del Yoshida, and Arthur Suyama. Assisting the council with maintaining order and decorum is Council Ambassador Ryan Martins. Joining the meeting from the Office of Council Services is Director David Rotz. And from the Department of Corporation Counsel's First Deputy Corporation Counsel, Mimi Desjardins.
At this time, we will be recessing the meeting to 12 noon to allow Councilmember Rollins Fernandez to be present in the chambers. This meeting is now in recess. Will the special meeting of November 25th, 2025, please reconvene? Ms. Clerk, could you take roll call again?
Sure, Chair. Proceeding with roll call. And for Member Johnson, if you could just let us know when we get to you, if there's anyone present with you that's not a minor. Vice Chair Yukilei Sugimura,
Here and looking forward to this meeting. Thank you.
Council Member Tamara Paulton,
Aloha winala kako.
Council Member Gabe Johnson,
Aloha Chair, council members, community members. I'm alone on my side of the office at the Lanai District Office. Thank you.
Council Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez,
Kia ora, Chair. Kia ora kako. Mahalo, everyone, for accommodating me straight off the plane. Happy to be here.
Council Member Tom Cook,
Aloha, good afternoon.
and Council Member Nohelani Hodgins,
Aloha, Chair. Aloha, everyone.
Council Member Shane Sinensi,
Aloha and kia ora to our World Traveler Council member.
and Council Chair Alice Lee.
Kia ora and welcome back. Glad to see you're safe and sound. Did you come on the Hokulea or what? You know, we've been waiting for you. Oh, okay. All right.
Chair, you have 8 members present, so quorum is present to conduct the business of the council. Do you want me to do that?
All right. Pardon me? No, I don't think so. You mean of staff? They probably wouldn't care that much. Right? You want to be introduced? No. All right. Please proceed with the resolutions.
Chair, before you are the following resolutions. Resolution 25208, appointing Kelson Kawanoi Batangan to fill the vacancy on the council for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. Resolution 25209, appointing Carol Lee Kamekona to fill the vacancy on the council for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. And Resolution 25210, appointing an individual to fill the vacancy for the Kahului residency area for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term. And Chair, that's Mr. Virgilio
Acoliko.
Yes.
So Member Rollins Fernandez, did you want to ask questions of the nominees?
Mahalo, Chair. I shared with Madam Clerk that I didn't want to hold up the proceedings any more than I already have. I think there's just like one question that I would want all the, I didn't hear, I guess, from the questions, the great questions that everyone asked. So mahalo, everyone. So just the one question.
Sure, of all three.
Yeah, and then they can.
Okay, one at a time.
Go there.
Leo, would you like to come down first? Mr. Akoliko? And then Mr. Kawanoi Batangan, and then Carolee Kamekona. That's okay, he can go right next to Corp Council. Maybe Desjardins, could you? Yeah. Okay, maybe a little lipstick. Your video's not on. So Leo, just for the record, could you just state your name, okay? And the council member is going to ask you a question because she wasn't here the last time.
Oh, turn on your mic. Oops.
Okay, you can talk now.
My name is Virgilio Acoligol. I'm from Kahului, a resident of Kahului for the past 58 years. No, yeah, 58 years.
Mahalo, mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, everyone. My one question that I didn't hear anyone ask that I wanted a little more detail from each of the applicants from, and mahalo for applying directly. I advocated hard for applicants to be able to apply directly with the clerk's office without going through a council member, and I'm really happy that helped to get you here today. So my question, what I heard from testifiers was the concern about not having access to the next council member for the Kahului seat, and for all of us really as council members. So it's impossible to know everyone in Maui County, but for those who don't know you, how do you plan to, so is being accessible to everyone important to you? And if so, how do you plan to make yourself accessible? What does that look like? And name 3 ways that you'd make that happen.
Can you repeat your question? What accessible?
Is being accessible important to you? If it is, what does that look like to you? And what are 3 ways that you would make that happen for the community?
Oh, as far as accessible, you know, I think if I'll be chosen to succeed the late council member Kama, I will be accessible in every manner that I will be, you know, need to be done or what. And in that particular issue, I think I will be accessible all the time, you know.
Mahalo. So for the community, would you be proactive in going out to the community, or would you wait for community members, especially those who aren't paid, to lobby to come to you?
Oh, I won't wait. I will go to the community, and you know, yeah, that's my purpose of running for this position.
And when you go out into the community, what would that look like? What are 3 ways that would look like?
Oh, well, you know, I will ask what's needed and what's the problem, you know, and then from that point, then I'll start assessing all those problems and go back to the council, whichever is first going to the council or going to people that is really concerned on that particular issue.
Okay, mahalo. Mahalo, Mr. Akaliko.
You're welcome.
Mahalo, Chair. And then Ms., who did you say next?
Okay. Mr. Batangan.
Mr.
Thank
Batangan.
you, Mr. Akoliko.
Can I go now?
Yeah, you can go. Thanks.
Hold the chair for you.
And then same question for each of the candidates. I won't deviate from what I asked. Aloha, Mr. Batangan.
Aloha and kia ora, Chair, members. Thank you for having us back here today, and I appreciate the thoughtful consideration you have for this process and for the question. Yes, I believe being accessible and having communication with the constituents is important. 3 ways that I would ensure that occurs would be being responsive to the phone calls and emails that come into the office, continuing the Sunday market open house that Councilmember Kama has been doing in Kahului, and then on a project-by-project basis, going out to the specific stakeholders to make sure that the people who are most impacted by the decisions we make would be able to have their voices heard. I'd like to point to the work that I did at MDOT and the MPO as an example of how I would conduct myself when reaching out to the public. And I'd specifically like to highlight the HANA Community Pathway Study that the MPO was given an APA award for, specifically because we listened to community input, revised our plans, and then were able to demonstrate to them how we incorporated their feedback into the final decision that was made.
You missed the part about the ferry.
We also did outreach for the ferry at the beginning of the that feasibility study, as well as after we had some preliminary plans in place to make sure that we were on the right track. And if there were things that we had missed or things that needed to be tweaked, that we'd be able to capture their sentiment there.
You did a good job with that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Mahalo for that response. Mahalo, Chair. And then we'll have Ms. Kamekona. Ms. Kamekona.
Ms. Kamekona.
Kia ora.
Aloha awina la kia ora. Ko ino o Carolee Kamekona. Mahalo nui no ke ia halawai. Mahalo. Aloha Chair, Council members, staff, and community. Nino.
Okay, same question. Do you believe that being accessible to the community is important? And if so, what does being accessible look like to you? And what are 3 ways that you would make yourself proactively accessible to the community?
So as a community representative, it is 100% that you need to be out in community. You need to be able to listen and hear what it is that their concerns are. As is evident in the HUIs that I belong to that I mentioned in my FDS, I am out in the community, I am involved, and community engagement is 100% necessary for all your constituents that you represent. So to keep that community outreach, I would, if I could, schedules permitting, either do maybe monthly or quarterly community meetings, talk story sessions, just so that the community can come and voice their opinions.
Okay, mahalo for your response.
Aye, mahalo.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk?
Oh, Chair,
Yes.
I may have missed it. What is the plan for today? Like, how will there just be a motion or?
There'll be a motion for each, if we get that far, for each reso. I mean, it's conceivable that 1 is necessary, but 3 might be necessary. And so there'll be a motion, a second, and then discussion. So you can, discuss your point of view. All right? 2 times. Ms. Clerk?
Chair, the resolutions have been called up, and so it would be timely to have a motion on the floor at this time.
Who would like to make a motion? Well, I have Member Hodgins raised her hand first. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to go in numerical order here so we can go on from that. I move to adopt Resolution 25-208.
Second.
Okay, moved by Member Hodgins, seconded by Vice Chair Sugimura to adopt Resolution 25-208. Discussion, Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. This is the resolution that supports Kauanoi, Batangan. I thought about how I was going to say this today and not get emotional, so I will obviously do my best because it's been a rough week. But Auntie Tasha did request that we select him. She didn't tell us what to do, but she did request it. And I don't know about anybody else, but I have never really been asked to carry out someone's final wishes before. And so it is my privilege to do this nomination today and to support him as well. I do feel like he's a qualified candidate, and I feel like he would work well with us all. And it is no disrespect to any of the other 2 nominees. I thought they did very well. And I appreciate anyone, and I really do mean that, anyone who is willing to serve on this body. This is not an easy job. It is full of everybody's thoughts, ideas, and critiques, and we have to take it in stride. So I really do appreciate everybody who does this and everybody who's willing to do this, especially in a time like now. I'm going to treat this like a regular election, and in a regular election, you can only support 1 person. And so that may mean that we don't come to resolution today, which I would be okay with. It's not my first option, but I would be okay with it. We heard from the public, and everybody is concerned that we don't have a special election. And I get it, it's in our charter. This is how it works. But what I don't want to do is give us an opportunity to have several votes when typically people only have one. Another thing I would like to say is that I don't really want to go back and forth and have an argument, which I'm not planning on doing. I feel like that would be so disrespectful to Auntie Tasha and her wishes and her demeanor. And so I'm just going to say, whoever our new colleague is, we welcome you with open arms. God bless us all. God bless you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Sugimura. You seconded the motion.
Yes. Thank you. So at our last meeting, we heard from all three nominees. And in particular, I stand by Kaunoi Batangan because of what he presented in terms of his experience with the county, with the wildfire, and helping and stepped in and created. And I thought it was very interesting that Lorianne supported him, seeing the work that he did during the wildfire, and that was her connection to him. And I was quite impressed with that. When she said, I don't know him very long, but, you know, that and the strength of his education. You know, last week we honored Kamehameha Schools. He's a Kamehameha School graduate. And as well as he went off to Stanford. I think he went to, I want to say Cornell is the wrong word, Columbia, and did Japanese studies. So if you ever call him, he says moshi moshi, like they do in Japan. I know Member Johnson would be able to understand that and smile. But he has a lot ingrained into him. I also think he represents Tasha Kama well in terms of his strength with his family, where he came back and he actually came back to take care of his grandmother. And until the day she passed, you know, he was by her side along with, you know, their family unit, which is a very strong family unit. So I strongly support him. I appreciate the others who have presented themselves to fill this position, but I too will be voting for one person. Thank you.
Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I also will be supporting Kaunoi Batangan. Not simply, initially was basically because of honoring Member Kama's wishes. I've had the opportunity to work on with him on the MPO, and I've been very impressed. His interview, it's unique that we get long-term, multi-generational, local resident who's gone away and come back of his caliber, who's willing to serve. I think that he will actually be he will contribute a great deal during the balance of the term, because I think that the budgetary process he will grasp, and that the South Maui Community Plan aspect he will grasp. The Wailuku Kihei Community Plan is coming up. So anyway, I respectfully appreciate everyone who's applied to do this, but I feel that he will bring a lot of talent and youth to this body, and so I'm supporting him. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I will say that this was a very hard decision for me, but I try to stick with my guns, and I wanted policy to influence my decision on this. It was the policy, not my emotions. I worked as well with Mr. Batangan in the MPO, and all the work he did I was in full support of all the hard work he did. We even gave him a 15% raise, so he's doing great work there. the ferry was instrumental to get us this far, and I appreciate his work on that. And like he said, he did do a lot of outreach on all the communities. I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, the Venn diagram, we have a lot in common, but there is something that he mentioned about how fiscally conservative he is. And that kind of made my decision for me there, because I don't want to operate from a position of scarcity when we have such big needs for our communities. I looked back on the record of what Councilmember Kama did, and she supported a lot of the funding that we gave for folks who needed it, and that's not the time to be fiscally conservative. When I listened to some of the things that Mr. Batangan said that I didn't agree with, I said, well, I understand that. I too come into a committee meeting malleable, open to new ideas, and maybe I don't agree with that. That's okay. Maybe I can put an amendment, and fix and make it so that I can vote for something. But when I'm talking about changing a philosophical view, you can't do it with an amendment. And it's just, we don't agree philosophically. So I appreciate all the work that he's done, and I look forward to working with him in the MPO. But at this point, I can't support his nomination, or his, what would that be? Nomination by Councilmember Lugo. Yeah, all right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that we're blessed to have 3 candidates for this difficult position. And I just wanted to start off by saying that my preference would have been a special election as well, although it is what it is. What the charter says is what we gotta do. I'll say that, I really try to hear people's testimony. And I think after I listened to the questions and answers on the 20th, I was kind of stressed out when I went home. And my husband was getting irritated with me because I was stressing out, and he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear what the answers were. He didn't want to hear what the questions were. He didn't want to hear me work through the thought process. And so that made things even more difficult for me. When I came to my decision of who I was going to support, and it felt right to me, it was like this great weight had been lifted off my shoulders, and nothing could really shake me. People asked me why or whatnot, because once I figured it out in my head, I was so proud. I was telling a lot of people because I felt like I overcame this major hurdle on my own because my husband wasn't helping me. And what I really had to do to come to my decision was just, take a step back and evaluate the situation as a whole, because while we're making this one decision in this chambers, it does have a ripple effect throughout our entire communities, counties, and whatnot. And the decision that I came to was to support Mr. Virgilio Agolicol. And it's nothing against any of the other candidates. I think they all could do an excellent job. It's just that the combination of his life experiences and answers to questions on housing policy and things like that, it just made the most sense for me. And as others have said, Kawanoi has excellent credentials, and I have no doubt that at some point he will make really good whatever he wants to do. Including elected official. The timing just felt a little bit off to me. He is doing really important work and for us with the MPO, and when you hear him talk about transportation, I think to myself, all this forward progress that we're making, we're not going to be able to find anyone as good as him. And a lot of our projects that he is working on will likely stall. I thought about the emotional aspect, of Member Kama and her recommendation and the way it was given. I think at that point, things like if he could do both jobs, if they could hold his other job, wasn't taken into consideration. And so we had additional facts after the recommendation had been made. And as for Auntie Carol, she is running in the next election, and so the people will have their opportunity to make their vote known. I do not know about if Mr. Batangan or Mr. Agkolikol are going to run in the next election, but it feels right for me in this time and season as a finish out to the 15 months of this term before we start a new election, that we go with somebody who has been a Vietnam vet, somebody who has decades-long experience in finance, who has been a pillar of the Kahului community and started so much organizations. It's just a moment in time, the remainder of this term. And like I said, when I decided that I was going to support Mr. Agkoliko, that weight lifted off my shoulders and I was able to enjoy the rest of till now. So I guess that means I will not be voting no for this resolution, but I look forward to all the great things Mr. Batangan has in store for us in the future.
Anybody else? Member Sinetsi? Member Rollins-Fernandez?
Thank you, Chair. And I too wanted to mahalo all of the candidates for coming forth. And I did want to, mahalo to Mr. Batangan for, stepping up and taking Member Kama's recommendation to fill her spot. I did hear the testimony last week. And all of the good works that Mr. Batangan is doing in his current position, and how a lot of the community see him continuing in that position, even though he did say that he was going to take a pay cut from, I thought that was admirable for him to do. But at this point, I had recommended somebody else, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Rollins-Fernandez? You don't have to say anything. Yes. Well, second to the last. Always.
Best for last. Okay. All right. All right. Mahalo to all three for putting themselves out there. I know it's not easy, as some of the questions that were asked by like Chair Lee, how you respond when there's not so nice things that are being said. It can be tricky. So mahalo for being willing to put your name out for this seat. I'm grateful. I too would prefer this being handled by a special election, and therefore I do plan to submit to the Great Committee Chair legislation to consider that at a later time. You're welcome. I really dislike the process of appointing someone to a seat, and then that individual then gets the incumbency advantage in the following election. 23% of Hawaii legislators in the state legislature are there because they were initially appointed. And that process is just not, it doesn't feel very democratic. And Mr. Batangan and Ms. Kamikona both called me before this process began to give us an opportunity to chat. And I explained my position about this to both of them as well, that this process of appointing someone and then them having that name recognition and already doing the job gives them the advantage in the next election. And we know that, majority of folks who vote vote on name recognition and aren't necessarily, very knowledgeable about the positions that the individual took or, whether they engaged in the community. Civics is something we definitely need to invest more in so we can have an electorate that is, more involved with government because we need that. I think all my colleagues did a great job in asking, very productive questions. I'd actually love to hear all of our own answers to those questions we asked the 3 applicants. I think, I've said this before that, we agree on like 80 to 90% of things most of the time. It's the 10 to 20% of things that we disagree on that end up being the most contentious. Budget, RPT rates, housing, where it's located, how much it's going to be, how much subsidy, the deed restrictions associated with those housing projects, tourism management and development, types of industries that we feel are compatible with the character of all 3 of our islands. And I think for me, I recently learned, I heard someone at I heard a legislator speak about how that individual represents that person's district, that a lot of the electorate in that district doesn't align with that person's values and priorities. Which was a little shocking to me because, like, for me, when I run, I explain who I am, what my values and priorities are, and if that aligns with the voters, then they'll vote for me, and if it doesn't, then they won't. But at least they know what they're getting, and so I think about that when taking my votes, and. Chair, is everything okay?
You know what? I'm listening to you.
I know you can multitask.
Yes.
I wasn't sure. There's IT and if we need to take a recess, we can.
No, it's working now.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I think about, all 3 in their questions and answers said that Ms. Kamikona said she's going to run again next year. Mr. Batangan said that he's not sure at this time. And Mr. Akoliko also said that he didn't commit to not running. So because none of the applicants committed to not running next year, then that factor for me is no longer valid because they all may run. And then I think about my values and priorities, and if I'm going to be voting for an applicant, I'll have had a hand in that person taking their future votes. And that would make me responsible, and people would then hold me accountable for voting for a specific person. And if that individual's values, priorities do not align with my own, how do I explain that to the voters? And so I know everyone, not everyone's going to agree with how I vote all the time, but at least I explain my thought process behind how I arrive at my conclusion and how I vote. I don't know Mr. Akaliko, but I do know Ms. Kamikona and Mr. Batangan, and both I have worked with, both I enjoy and respect and appreciate. So like everyone else, well, some others have said, this hasn't been easy. I think one of the things that was missing in the discussion last week, which is why I asked the question, is when we have an electorate, a community that's not super engaged in government, we can't expect people to come to us. Like, we have to go out to the people. And I didn't hear that really said last week, which is why I asked that question. Like, how are you gonna go out to the people and how are you gonna get them to engage in government more? The other thing is, I didn't really hear the political analysis and the understanding of the dynamics of power and influence, who has power and influence and who doesn't in the system that we're currently in. And that's something that's also really important to me, because when folks say the community, a lot of times the community is different for different people. And so when someone is saying the community, like, who in the community are you speaking to? Who is advising you, and who are you going to for guidance on how you vote? I think all of that needs to also, be open and disclosed so that the community has an understanding of where someone is at. So those are all my thoughts right now. And I'm gonna stop there. Mahalo Chair.
Okay. And I'll just say that I plan to support the motion. I have not worked closely with Kawanoi over the years, but I have interacted with him. I see that he has been very successful in all of his endeavors. I liked his answers. I thought there were, one thing what struck me was he didn't rush to answer. He took a moment to think about his answers first. I like that. I like people who analyze questions. I like people who weigh both sides of issues. That's my favorite type of person. And then, too, he has a wonderful background. His family, generations of being involved with the culture. And how do I know that? His great-grandmother was my kumuhula. Yeah. My mother forced me to join the hula organization. Yeah, I wanted to join the baseball team, and my mother made me join the hula thing. I promised her I would last for 1 year, and I did. I made it 1 year, and then I said goodbye. But it's his family, the richness of their interaction with the culture, and it's not only his credentials, it's everything. He's so well-rounded. Appreciate that. I also care a lot about Leo Koliko, because he was my co-worker at KMVI, and I'll never forget those days. Thank you, Leo. And then, of course, Carol Lee Kamikona works here also, and I see that she tries to do a very good job here. So we have a great slate of nominees, but we can only pick one, and I'm picking Kawanoi. So are you ready for the vote? Yep. Okay, roll call.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
Yes.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
No.
Councilmember Cook,
Yes.
Councilmember Hodgins,
Aye.
Councilmember Sinensi,
No.
and Chair Lee.
Aye.
Chair, there are 4 votes for aye, 4 votes no. The motion fails.
Next resolution?
Chair, do you want me to call it up?
Yes, I think you did all three.
I did.
Yeah.
Do you want me to call it up again?
Yes.
Well,
I can make a
it'd be
motion.
helpful for you to just repeat it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25-209, appointing Carol Lee Kamekona to fill the vacancy on the council for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term.
Motion.
Move to adopt Resolution 25-209.
It's been moved by Member Sinensi, seconded by
Second?
Member Johnson? Okay. Seconded by Member Johnson to adopt Resolution 25-209. Discussion, Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. As many of you already know, Carol Lee Kamekona, or as she's more affectionately known as Auntie Carol, works in my office. Auntie Carol always comes to work as bright and bubbly as her attire, Chair. Sometimes with a papale, but always with a warm smile. I put forth Auntie Carol's name as Member Kama's replacement because she ran alongside Member Kama in 3 separate campaigns. She also answered those ever-pervading forum questions that we all had to answer. She knocked on doors, each time expressing her willingness to serve and her love for the Maui community. She received over 22,000 votes in the last election, and despite falling short, she stood tall and never beholden to anyone. I hired Auntie Carol Lee to gain more legislative experience at the council, but also because of her compassion for our houseless community. She too faced the threat of homelessness when FEMA stepped in to help fire victims, and landlords raised the rents on their current tenants, including herself. Auntie Carol has walked the homeless camps, providing them with vital supplies and always providing important information to assist them. She also organized food and supply drives immediately after the fire for fire victims. And Chair, I've reached out to Director Akitaki with the Ethics Board to ask her opinion of my support of Auntie Carol Lee, and she referred me to Charter Section 10-4.1.c, which states that many times our office employees run for county boards and commissions, and that should she be appointed to fill this position, it would terminate any financial interest she has in my office, Chair. So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you.
Member Johnson. Discussion?
Sure, thank you, Chair. This goes back to the original idea. If I'm trying to take my emotions out of it, just policy. So I appreciate Carol Lee Kamekona's work with the unsheltered. I think it takes a certain type of person to do that kind of work, and it's not easy. Just recently, there was a program that's just been launched about subsidies for island travel from Lanai for medical reasons. And Carol Lee Kamekona texted me out of the blue and said, "Hey, is this true? I'll spread the word." And I think just having someone with their finger on the pulse of communities, just reaching out to me on something like that, just, "Hey, I saw a good program. Let me spread the word on it." That's important. So I like the fact that she's involved in the community, and I think as a seconder, I would support her as a council member, and I support this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Discussion? If not, roll call.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Aye.
Oops, sorry, I missed you. Councilmember Johnson,
Yes?
Councilmember Cook,
No.
Councilmember Hodgins,
No.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
and Council Chair Lee.
No.
Chair, there are 3 ayes, 5 noes. Motion fails.
Next resolution.
Chair, before you is Resolution 25-210, appointing an individual to fill the vacancy for the Kahului residency area for the remainder of the 2025 to 2027 term.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Member Paulton, seconded by
Second.
Member Rollins Fernandez to adopt Resolution 25-210. Okay, discussion, Member Paulton.
Thank you, Chair. I recently attended the Maui Native Hawaiian Chamber of Commerce because I'm kind of working on economic development in Lahaina right now, which is a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, but it's needed work. And imagine my surprise when I go to sit at the table I was assigned, and sitting right next to me was Mr. Koliko, sorry. And I thought that was interesting. We talked a little tiny bit, but I never imagined that I would be so strong in support of him. Just reading the testimony of the people who have supported him, all the things that he's done for this community, the widespread support he has from people, not really the folks that are coming out to testify, but I think, the one lady that did testify in person, his tenant, pretty much tells me like where his heart is at, in service to the community, and his life experience. I think I just can't say enough good things. I think he's the whole package. And anyone coming into this job is going to have a learning curve, but I've just been really impressed with the things he says, but more importantly, the things he does. I wish that we all could help out a struggling single mom by offering them housing. I wish we could all believe that rent should be capped at not too high a price. And just, I feel like he's been serving this community since he got here, and if this caps off his career or not, I would be happy to serve alongside of him for this season of time.
Okay. Member Rollins Fernandez? No discussion. Anybody else? Discussion? Yes, Member Hodgins.
Thank you. If I could vote twice, but I'm going to respect this as a regular election process. This would also be somebody I would love to support. However, I did cast my vote, but I would just like to thank him. I did appreciate the courage it took to come out and nominate himself with the clerks. And I was very excited to hear his answers. And I do appreciate him coming out here with his ohana, who is in the back with us right now. But I did already select my successor choice for Member Kama, and I would just like to thank him. And again, Ms. Carolee Kamekona for coming out. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not, I too would like to echo what you just said. Okay, Mr. Johnson.
You go ahead, Chair. You were on a roll.
Okay, I just wanted to echo what Member Hodgins said. And the person who testified on your behalf yesterday was extremely, extremely effective and impactful. I think it moved all of us that you would take the time and make the effort to help someone rise from where she was. And I thought that was extremely, extremely important and outstanding. But as I told you before, I am going to stay with the person I voted for, and I hope that doesn't ruin our friendship. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I just need some clarification on where does the rule come from that we can only vote for one candidate? Is that what you're saying? Is that what I'm hearing? Because
No. You can vote for as many people as you want. Well, 3, there's only 3 available. But I'm just saying that I am staying with the person I voted for, just that one person. Is that your discussion?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Anyone else? Vice Chair Sugimura.
I think we're all impressed with Mr. Alcoliko. And as I said that at the last meeting, but I actually ran into him as we were at the Veterans Cemetery for the Veterans ceremony.
A little bit louder so they can hear.
Okay, and I've always seen him at the many Filipino organization dinners and scholarship awards, and he's always been one of the noted Filipino seniors or leaders that we all paid respect to. So I want to send my appreciation to him. But I am also keeping my vote to Kaunoy Batangan, but I want to wish him the greatest respect still and appreciation for putting himself out there.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, roll call.
Vice Chair Sugimura,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
No.
Councilmember Hodgins,
No.
Councilmember Sinensi,
Aye.
and Council Chair Lee.
No.
Chair, the vote is 4 aye, 4 no, motion fails. 3 aye, 5 noes, motion fails.
All right, members. Does this wrap it up for the day? Yes, Vice Chair Sugimura.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I wonder if the clerk or Mr. Rotz or yourself could tell us now what is the next steps forward since we haven't come to a decision. Or maybe it's Corp Counsel, I don't know which.
No, it's Moana Ludi, the county clerk.
Thank you, Chair. According to Charter Section 3-4, if the council is incapable of selecting someone to fill the remaining term for Member Kama, then this decision will be in the lap of the mayor.
How many days does he have?
Let's see.
David, there's no limit, right?
I don't see it.
That's correct, Chair. The charter doesn't specify a deadline for the mayor to make his appointment. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody, I'm going to adjourn. This meeting is adjourned.